We're waiting. You could say hi, share your screen.
They're not going to have much to watch, really, are they? People just sitting around. What time
Okay.
we get started?
Hello. You want to?
Hey, everybody. I guess I'll take it away. I'm not sure who all's out there, but we're just getting started. And it's 4 o'clock, and here come some folks, and we're just getting the webcam started. But there's really not going to be. Oh, here, let me just show you. There's dancing going on. The programming is going to start around 4:45. So there's already a dancer here. I could take you around and show you the gallery. I can let Andrew do it. Let's see how we can do this. I think we're going to have to change the angle of the live stream because right now it's facing backwards. So you can't really read the screens because it's too bright. But there's all sorts of screens, as you can see in the gallery, about the crisis and the situation. That's the global heating. There's a live dancer. Might as well just focus on her for now. The Canvas Gallery, Canvas 3.0 Gallery.
Yes.
Is the name of the space.
Yeah, no.
Oh, what was the question? Oh, the performance. I'm not sure.
It's interactive performance because I'm assuming that the dance is linked with the canvas. Just based on the color palette.
Right. Yeah, we're gonna have to ask Blake, who's an all-white gallery. She'll be able to tell us more. Here's the room where the event's going to be. Hello, welcome. Hi, everybody, welcome. Just showing you around a little bit. That's where I'm going to speak over there. So for now, I'm just going to put this facing the dancer and let you enjoy that. It could be a while, 4:45 or 5 o'clock before we're going live with the programming. But you have a live dancer in the meantime.
Looks good. So we're live streaming right now. Look. And looky. Feel free to eat the food. Okay.
Well, we just think we eat. We went to McDonald's.
If you want water, just let me know. Yeah, we're like it's through the earth though. You guys should walk around and read the screens because there's a lot of facts on there. It is for $1. Wow. see how it.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Performance art.
Dígale a ese que me tenga con chicle o con... Oh, sí.
When we take
Tiene que pegar un chico o algo así.
I don't have a.
Vamos para acá.
¿Dónde lo pongo aquí?
No, trabajamos lo que es aquí porque todo el mundo le da la mano. Okay.
How does it look? Okay? Does it fit? Is the background okay? I mean my face. There are a lot of events, even in our hometown. Linden. Like tomorrow is a massive birthday thing.
Oh, it's good.
No, it's not today. Tomorrow or Monday. But there's a lot of events, even events, parks and everything that have. It's a lot.
Digital gallery tour.
Oh.
I'm putting up paper cups, so
Oh, yeah. What are you gonna do?
what are you gonna do?
Ah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. When I grab a seat now.
Oh, yeah. Percolate. Or high attention. You want more. Great. The thing is that, everyone's working on raising the output problems. There's not really been offering a solution. And that's what the Earth Builder is the solution that we need to work with. But it's a lot of work to get all these millions of people doing Earth Day events to also say, okay, this is the nail. Yes, everybody sort of knows the problem, right? It's been beaten over our heads. Everybody has their speed. Oh, this idea is, yeah, it's hard. Oh, really? Shades in the sky. Hey, everybody. I'm not sure if anyone's here still. I'm just going to take you around and let you say hi. Oh, there's a few people here. This is the live stream. Oh, of course. Well, anyone with a tag, one of these can answer any questions. And there's a lot of them around, but they're all talking to each other right now. Hi, say hi in the live stream, everybody.
Hi.
It's a live stream. I know we're just leaving them watching the ballet dancer, but soon they'll watch the programming. Oh, sorry, on live stream you don't get any of the snacks or the beverages. So anyway, people are coming, and we'll get started in a little while. I think you're better off staring at the dancer than you are at the room. Or do you want to watch the room? We can put it on the room for a little while.
That's why I was talking about. Looking at me, tactically, I'm like, read my mind. That was the only thing that I did.
Giovanni's saying we should mute it during the meantime, but why?
Mute it.
You can tell them to watch the live stream until we come on.
I prefer that just so we don't run out of time. Because I'm just gonna do it. We wouldn't see it.
Okay, hi everyone. Happy Earth Week. Well, we're still here. Welcome, guys. My name is Blakely Peroni. I am the artist in residency this year, the artist in residence this year at the Canvas 3.0, the space that you're in right now. Thank you. So I'm sure you've seen this name around. I want to give a little intro to MetaBetties before we start this event. MetaBetties is a multidisciplinary art brand that uses fashion, art, tech, and the blockchain as a catalyst for social change. So we make art with artistic satire, but we comment on cultural conflicts, social injustices, and kind of current events. So when I make the art, you'll know what's happening, and it's a way to get people involved, and it's a way to get people involved in digital activism. So you will hear more about that from my co-founder, Jason, but I just wanted to give you a brief introduction. The physical pieces in the gallery as well are mine, and I would like to just point out that if there is anyone interested in a physical work today, half of the proceeds go to the Earthville Network. So that is cool. We love Todd. Okay, I think that's all I want to say. I'm going to pass it to my co-founder, Jason, and then we'll hear from our man Todd.
Sounds good. I have to give a quick Todd story, if that's okay. So like Blakely said, we've been in this gallery about a month and a half now. We're going to be here all through 2024, hopefully longer than that. But we're here every Wednesday through Saturday at the gallery. And today's event is in support of the Earthville, of course. But like Blakely was saying, we also advocate for lots of other social issues across the board. And so every month, we will turn over the gallery, and the art, the physical art, the digital art, and the performance art that Blakely choreographs will be orchestrated and thematic to that social cause that we're supporting that month. We'll also bring in organizations like the Earthville in some of these other social areas, to speak, and we'll all sort of raise awareness and advocacy for those causes as well. But my Todd story is very funny. When we were a brand new brand, one of our first exhibits, we actually had a one-day solo takeover of this gallery. So now we're here all the time, but back then we got like one shot. We were like, this is our one day to like impress people, and we were here and we did sort of an event with multiple social causes and corresponding art. But it was a great time. A lot of people came. It was at night. It was kind of more of a party vibe, I would say.
Party vibe.
It's a party vibe too. There weren't such highbrow speeches as this. But all day I kept noticing Todd before I knew him. He was having a great time. He was living his best life. There was an open bar. He was dancing with the Meta-Betties, some of the performance artists. He was dancing with himself when he left.
I actually had to tell Todd to get off the props.
He was about 75% of our photos. Or he had the time of his life. And near the end, when people were leaving, I finally got to introduce myself when we were talking. I said, "Who are you?" He said, "I'm Todd. I'm the founder, and I run the Earthbill Network. We're supporting the Earthbill." And I said, "HR 598." Yes. How do you know? I said, "Because we have an advocacy campaign right here in support of your cause." He had no idea. He was like, "What?" He didn't believe it. He tried it. His phone wasn't working, so it didn't even work. But that's how we met Todd. And I said, "Yes, through our tool, we were able to just search, what are active bills pertaining to climate justice." And of course, the Earthbill, HR 598 came up. And we said, this is something we want to get behind. And so we put it into our platform. So that's how we met Todd. And I said, someday we have to do this in the future in support of your organization. And that's today. So everybody. Very quickly, the back end to Blakely's art is our Meta-Betties platform, our ecosystem. So when you purchase a Meta-Betties piece, it essentially gives you a token to our action center. Think of this token as just your unique login that's only for you. And it's actually not on the centralized web, it's on the decentralized web because it uses blockchain. So all that means is all the content, once you log in, is immutable, it's fraud resistant, and it's censorship proof, right? And I think as time goes on and as AI gets more pervasive, and bots and deepfake technology, it will be hard to really distinguish what is true and what is real. So in our platform, everything is on the blockchain. It's not owned by Google. It's not owned by Facebook. It's owned by you and the blockchain, the system of networks. So all the content that comes your way, you can feel assured is coming straight from Congress.gov or the offices of the legislators that are actually making the content. So that's kind of like our value proposition for people who like art and advocacy. Within that action center, you will see a list of all the different social causes that we just found in the tool and thought that we would want to sort of like highlight and promote, like the Earthbill. But you can find your own causes, and you can support those from the platform as well. But really, and we're going to have a period of digital advocacy here in the gallery. But really, all you would do is scan this QR code, go to the page specifically about the Earthbill. We'll give you kind of a very tight summary about what the bill is all about. And then when you input your zip code, the tool will match you with your 2 senators and your House of Representatives, whether you live in New York or California or Texas. That tool will match you with your legislators. And
we've already written the message for you. It's pre-populated. All you have to do is.
We have a pre-populated message in support of the Earthbill, urging your legislators to press it forward. And when you do, that information is submitted and it's captured in your dashboard. And as you continue to engage and participate, you actually earn, we'll just say points. We call it act to earn. And the more you support, the more you engage, the more you fight for social justice and equality, the more Meta-Betties points you earn. And those are redeemable for things like free art that we can airdrop right to your wallet, or discounts on some of the fashion, technology, and merchandise we have, or free events that we might hold. So that is kind of like the proposition in a nutshell. So today we wanted to give people the opportunity both to support the Earthbill, but also sort of learn a little bit about how our product and our solution works. So everyone who participates in the advocacy campaign for the Earthbill will be entered into a raffle today. Hopefully it's very simple and you can check it out, and if you want to support the bill, you can do that. If anyone has any problems or technical issues, come find me or Blakely, we'll help you out. Everyone who does participate, we want to incentivize, of course. We're going to pull a raffle near the end of the event, and the winner will receive a one-of-one short film of the performance art that we will have later today. So that's kind of just how we try to demonstrate how art and advocacy can sort of all mesh together and support great causes like Todd's. So with that, I'd love to pass it over to the founder.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, particularly to all the Earthbill Network team members. They're all identified with one of these stickers, so if after the event you have any questions, you can speak to and ask anything you want. I just want to thank Metabettes. It really was one of those moments when I was here at their gallery and having a crazy party that I realized when they said that they already had the Earthbill as part of their work. It was one of those moments where it was a proof of concept that we've dreamed, if you build the Earthbill, that organizations and activists all over the United States can take it and run with it without even needing to talk to us. And we had no prior contact, and they had all this already set up. That is the vision. And to walk into a space and to see it to come to fruition like that was really a dream come true. So it was a great moment. And then since then, we've continued to work together, and now here we are. So just wanted to thank you all again, Jason and Blakely, for this and for everything that you're doing for the cause and for the Earthbill. As you all know, many years have gone into the Earthbill, to creating the Earthbill, but today we take the campaign to the public as part of the strategy to pass the bill. So that's what this effort is part of. And to start off, I'm going to tell you about the bill and the strategy to pass it, and then we're going to hear from some activists in the room that are part of the network. They're going to tell you what they're motivated to join the effort. And then you're going to hear from two world-renowned experts, originally with Project Drawdown, now they're with an entity called Regenerative Intelligence, who have done an analysis of our bill to see how much it would reduce greenhouse gas emissions, on what timeline, and they're going to be here to share their world-renowned wisdom with you. And you're going to hear from Representative Espaillat via videos message that he sent to us, and then we're going to premiere our new promotional video called Earthbill Force of Nature. So we have a lot of program for you, and it's going to all take place in the next 45 minutes or so. So we're going to barrel through it. So let's see, what's the first screen? So the official name of the Earthbill is the Earth Act to Stop Climate Pollution by 2030. It's a flagship bill with real solutions, meaning solutions that we can actually believe in. It mandates industry to stop pollution at the factory. And that's what's unique about this bill. No other bill has attempted to do that that's currently in Congress. It focuses on 3 industries: electricity, cars, and food. I'll tell you more about those in a second. And it's on a deadline that science requires 2030. I'll talk about that some more too, but this is really the most important aspect of the bill. And then in terms of the movement, it's a demand to inspire and unify the movement and the public so that all together we can pull together to actually make this happen. United, I believe we are powerful enough to make Congress act, but that unity remains to be seen yet. A lot of people talk about getting off of fossil fuels. This bill is how you get off fossil fuels. So as I mentioned, policy solution is mandates on industry to make this transition. And it's 100% by 2030, renewable electricity from your utility company, so they have to buy renewables, zero emission vehicles from all car manufacturers, so they will make exclusively electric vehicles and other zero emission vehicles, and then regenerative agriculture implemented at scale by big ag and major farms. These are 3 consensus solutions. Every expert in the world, every United Nations report, this is what they say we have to do. They're also a consumer connection because it's electricity, cars, and food. So every month you pay those bills. A big chunk of your income goes to pay for electricity, cars, and food, I imagine, and rent, of course. But we're not fixing that. Electricity, cars, and food. I wish. 3 kitchen table issues that we believe provide a hook to the public so that they can actually relate to this. It's like it's our money each month. It's really our pollution because the things that we're buying are creating this pollution. And therefore, it's our right and our duty to make Congress act and to make Congress tell these industries, make the same things. We'll still have the same end products, really, electricity, cars, and food, but without the climate pollution. So that's the hook to make it relatable to the public, because we recognize that this idea has been a little bit scary and abstract, but not really relatable on a kitchen table level. We have a great list of co-sponsors from around the country, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 main states. Our lead sponsor is Representative Adriano Espaillat here. And you can see it's a nice, diverse, and interesting group of leaders, real leaders who are not afraid to take a stand and stand up for what's right. You're going to hear a message from Espaillat in a minute. There are over 150 organizations nationwide that have now endorsed the Earth Bill. These 2 slides should be in reverse because it took all those endorsements to get those sponsors to file the bill. So, but nevertheless, that's a very important aspect of what we're working on going forward. Talk about in a minute. Briefly, how the bill works. Like I said, it puts mandates and laws to stop pollution at the factory. But what it does is require those companies, the utility and car companies and agriculture companies, to come up with a plan within a year of how will they transition their business to these goals. And that's really the magic of it. We need to see those plans, and we need to, once we see all these plans, we can all move in the same direction. And the idea is that there will be then an industry-led, smooth transition over a period of time. Right now, we have 6 years to 2030 to those deadlines in the bill. And it should be a seamless transition. And we should foresee and avoid any pitfalls and obstacles as we move along. The plans are submitted to the government agencies. Then they'll become public. We will all see them. And then it becomes an all-of-society effort. Like, this is what we have to do, team, to save the future. Well, and very importantly, the mandates in law provide certainty to a demand to unleash the private sector investment. So when you require utility companies to buy 100% renewables, that's like a procurement order that will then go out, and they will issue procurement orders, and people will build the renewable energy to fulfill that capacity at scale and on time. And that's really the magic solution. We need private sector investment to come in and build at that level. And the bill shares the expenses with all of society. So there are 50% grants for the transition cost and double tax deductions. And then there's a tax penalty if you don't meet the goals. So that's as simple as the bill is. Fortunately, the solutions that we're talking about are already in motion. Renewable energy standards already exist in 38 states. So that work is happening. There's over 500 utility companies that are mapping out these kinds of strategies. There are major car companies already pledging to go 100% EV, mostly by 2035. 9 states have banned internal combustion engines already by 2035. Ford Motors in England has a 2030 deadline for zero emission vehicles. And they were thinking of kicking it down a little bit. And Ford says, no, we've been investing heavily to make that deadline. Don't change the deadline. So that shows you that a deadline will drive the investment, will drive the change. And major food corporations, I just realized recently, are going regenerative agriculture. Dannon has done that so through its entire supply chain. Mars Company is investing over $1 billion in moving its supply chain to regenerative agriculture. So the science, the technology, and the economics are all in our favor, which is great headwinds, but it's happening fast enough. Next slide. And this is really the crux of the problem. Time has run out. We have waited too long for action. And so there's a carbon clock that shows the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit of warming that the world has agreed to as the goal. We will put enough pollution in the air in the next 5 years, 3 months to lock in that amount of warming. And then in 23 years, we will put enough pollution to lock in 2 degrees warming. A lot of people will tell you that it's almost too late in a lot of these respects, that we're headed to 3, maybe 4 degrees warming. We're not in that give up attitude just yet. So this is why we call it a moonshot, a 2030 moonshot for Earth. We're not giving up. We're going for the Hail Mary to actually do what needs to happen on the scale and timeline that we need. The United Nations Stocktake has said that we need urgent reductions this decade by 2030. So the destruction has begun. We know the trajectory is terrifying. We must have policy, and only Congress has the power to mandate this transition at scale and on time. You're going to hear more from Chad Frischman in a minute about this analysis, but experts have done analysis of the bill to see how much will this bill, if enacted, reduce our emissions. And it turns out it's an additional 40% by 2030. And we're online to about 25% already. This would add 40%, that gets us to 65% by 2030, and that's what our commitment is under the U.S. Paris Accord goals. This is the only bill that would do that. I'm not going to talk more about that because he's going to be on and will share more. But on that point, the mandates are what give you the certainty that there will be greenhouse gas emission reductions. And we have a lot of incentives that we passed recently that we worked very hard to pass. Coupons and tax incentives are all voluntary, really, through the investment of the Inflation Reduction Act. And those are very important seed money and things to get things going, but they're not mandates. So we don't know really what's going to happen from that. That's why we need mandates. The movement strategy. Now this is really gets much more complicated. The hard part, of course, is passing a bill like this. Even getting it proposed was pretty hard. So the idea is that we will have a flagship bill for everyone. And you're familiar with the Civil Rights Act and the Equality Act and a variety of sort of headline bills of different movements. And the climate movement doesn't have one. It has not had one. It has one now. So for 40 years, Congress has known about this problem and has never attempted to outlaw greenhouse gas pollution. Think about that. That's how powerful the opposition is. It's never been even on the agenda, and not on the agenda of the environmental movement either, which is shocking in a whole nother level. So this bill is designed to create movement unity by having one demand, hopefully that we can all agree on, because we don't agree on much, but these three things are consensus goals. So our effort now, and the challenge we face, is to unite the big greens, which are the major environmental groups that you've heard of your whole life. Then we're going to need to unite civil society more broadly. So all the sports associations and professional associations and legal associations. We're going to really need an all-of-society investment in this and effort in this. And then public mobilization. The public itself is going to have to become aware of the Earth Bill and become mobilized and activated. Each one of these prongs each one of them are almost impossible alone. The three of them is going to be a miracle. But we need a miracle, and now's the time. Public support, fortunately, is already over 70%. So we already have the public opinion on our side. That's another great headwind to have. There are no consumer actions required. You don't have to change anything about your life. And there's no immediate price increases and hopefully no long-term price increases. We'll know from the plans. It's a very clean and simple bill to understand. It's only 15 pages. But the challenge is that we have to unite as one. And if so, I believe we have the power. The political strategy is also a critical piece of this. All this time, by not having a bill, we've had no standard by which to evaluate elected officials, whether they were on the right side of this coin or not. And so we haven't called the question. And we need to elect pro-planet congresspeople who are willing to stand up to these industries. And they are few and far between. You saw the list already that we have. And we need to know candidates and elected officials' position on this hard question. Are you? So this bill gives a clear choice. Are you for the pollution or are you for the planet? Finally, we have a very clear litmus test. Pollution now is the Achilles heel of big oil and big ag. These all dominating industries that have taken us over a cliff together. They finally have exposure, and we're all feeling and seeing it because of what's happening. So this is an opportunity for real change and to really retake our democracy. On the democracy level, this bill calls the question, are you for the oligarchy, those big corporations, or are you for the general welfare? And Congress, the Constitution says the Congress is empowered to enact laws for the general welfare, not for the special interests of a few rich corporations. This bill calls that question too, and it's a very fundamental question to retaking our democracy from where it is now teetering on the brink. No other bill calls these questions, and I believe this is how we change the political status quo, which has left us in this limbo all this time. Next action steps, we're always talking about next action steps. We need more Congress co-sponsors. We have teams working in many districts around the country. We need more people's help. And if your congressperson here in New York is already co-sponsored, because about 4 of them have, then we ask people to adopt their home district, where they're from, and start finding neighbors and friends and organizations there. We did this before and we made some major strides that way. Then group outreach, we're always looking for more group endorsements. So any group you could imagine. If it's the dance club or the softball club. It doesn't matter. We need to get this out there. So any organization that you're affiliated with, please ask them to consider an endorsement of the bill. And then public awareness. We need to engage and promote the public, and that's part of what we're doing today. And you can learn all about this on earthbill.org. The timeline is 2023, this past year. We were working to unify the major environmental organizations. And I'm happy to report that this year we have been working on a Senate version of the Earth Bill, and major entities have come to the table and given input, and we have a new draft of that, and we're going through that process with Representative Espaillat's office, hopefully align on that, and we're looking for Senate sponsors of the bill. Our team has had 4 meetings with 4 different congressional senators' staff. So that's last year into this year, and then this year is really all about getting on the agenda, and we're using the election cycle and opportunities like this to lift this idea that we need pollution policy. We've had some fiscal policy, very nice. Now we need pollution policy. And that's the mantra and the paradigm shift we're trying to plant as a seed in all of their minds. So if, depending on the outcome of the election, if they're poised to really run with it, that this is part of it and they don't just lower the bar to some other grant program or something that's not going to get us there. And then in 2025, the plan is if we unite this year to all heave-ho together and pass this bill in 2025. And normally that would be considered an outrageously quick schedule, and it is, but the necessity of the timeline and the urgency requires us to act at that speed. So we're going to just have to go for it and see what happens. In summary, the Earth Bill is 3 consensus solutions. It has industry mandates. It has real emission reductions. It's a tool to unify the movement and the public. It serves as a political litmus test. And together, I believe with this bill, we can make Congress act. So let's save the future together. This is our opportunity to really be heroes. Thank you. These presentations are usually done over Zoom, so I don't know. It's been a long time since we've been live, hasn't it, Rachel? So now we're going to play a message from Representative Espaillat. Oh, we're going to have to go back and get the volume.
We're gonna have to get the volume on this.
Says it's up. That's my cue.
There's more.
And while he fixes that, we're gonna
Introduce questions.
well, first I'm going to introduce a couple of the members from the network, and then we're going to go to this, and then Chad's going to join us. So we have 4 members of our network who've been very active with us from the beginning, and we're going to, let's see here, I'm going to just pull up their bios. Just going to invite a couple of them to share why they have been involved with this effort and why it's their passion. We'll do 2, and then we're going to go to this and Chad, and then we'll come back to 2 more. First, I'm going to start with Rachel. Rachel Goodgal, if you want to come up, Rachel. Rachel was the Digest Director for Climate Crisis Policy, and she'll explain to you where she led the compilation of climate solutions from nearly 150 documents, which arrived at the consensus solutions in the Earth Bill. They also were the underpinning of the U.S. House Climate Crisis Select Committee's report. They took all of our data and incorporated it into their results. It's really quite a miracle. Rachel holds an MPA in Environmental Science and Policy from Columbia University, and now works in energy efficiency and policy. So Rachel, welcome. It's so wonderful to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you too. So I'm just going to tell you a tiny bit about how the Earth Bill got started, which was through our work on the Climate Crisis Policy Digest. So that digest started with the idea that, there are so many aspects of our world that are contributing to the climate crisis, and we need solutions across the board to really solve it. So a group of grassroots volunteers, several of whom are here, about 30 of us, started looking for the proposed solutions. So we went through 150 different documents from nonprofits, think tanks, governments, et cetera, and pulled out the proposed, categorized them in, I think, 11 what were the top really impactful solutions that had a lot of consensus across the board. And there were quite a few, but 3 of the biggest and most impactful were the 3 that are now the Earth Bill. So 100% renewable electricity, 100% zero emissions vehicles, and 100% renewable agriculture. So I'm really excited that that work has led to the Earth Bill and to this great momentum.
Said that very quickly, but it was months and years, really.
Yeah, I can say.
That was perfect. But just in terms, it's easy to summarize what happened, but it took years. It took a couple of years and endless meetings, and it was excruciating and detailed process. And that database is really a remarkable phenomenon. Next, I want to invite Jose Nana. Jose, welcome. The first time I think Jose and I are meeting in person, you know how it is when you organize for years over Zoom, and then all of a sudden they pop out and they actually are real. I'm having that weird disconnect. Here we are. Jose is a lifelong New Yorker from Inwood, where I also live, which is Congressman Espaillat's district, Manhattan. He's made his career in sports philanthropy. He turned to the climate advocacy to address.
I am real. It's great to meet you. It's great to meet you too, Rachel. Thank you for laying the foundation for this incredible group. I joined in 2021 because in the previous presidential administration, I remember there was a headline that really struck me, and it was that, I believe it was Rex Tillerson, who was a former fossil fuel executive, had become the head of the EPA. And at that moment, I was like, we are on a crash course to nowhere. And so I remember opening up my phone and putting my email into a bunch of organizations, not really, just kind of out of frustration. And eventually I got an email from Climate Crisis Policy about why I wasn't attending meetings. And I was like, whoa. All of a sudden I had a job and things to do. So reality hit me really quickly. I became a dad in 2021. Whoa.
Your time.
I had to get off the sideline. I'm sorry, this is, it feels like an uphill battle sometimes, right, to fight this. We're looking at common sense, right, and it's about human empathy for me. It's personal, it's for my family, it's for my son, but it's also for you guys. I just care about my fellow person. So it's really refreshing and energizing to see people show up and engage with this. So I'm excited for what the future holds, and I think we can solve this problem just because we have to. So thank you, Todd. Thank you.
Looks like the 10 miracles are returning. Are you
I'm
all ready
gonna
to
remind
vote?
everyone that I'm an artist, so but we're here, we're ready.
We got canceled out because we had the live stream going,
Yeah.
and that canceled out the audio from the.
Oh. So we're not only merging art and activism, we're merging it with technology, which the fun part.
In real time, yeah.
In real time. Should I do one more presentation, or are we ready? You think you're ready?
If you could give one more, yeah.
Yeah, great. Rachel McLeod, would you like to join us up here? Now I'm gonna cry. So I'll read the bio first and I'll tell you. Rachel McLeod is a veteran activist, now devoted to the climate crisis, as a founding member of our organizations. She worked as a quality officer in health maintenance organizations for many decades, and is passionate about disability rights. Rachel volunteers with the Sierra Club, Food and Water Watch, 350.org, Third Act, and several Jewish organizations. She will also conduct elements of the Passover ceremony at the prayer vigil to outlaw climate pollution, which is happening Monday outside of Senator Schumer and Senator Gillibrand's offices, and you're all welcome to that. Now, with that formal announcement, I just have to say, we'd not be here today without Rachel. All through the digest. Back when we were meeting in person at a building, and so we were meeting, it was pre-COVID, of course, and we would have constant meetings. And sometimes it was pouring down rain, but I had to show up, right? And Rachel had to show up, but everyone else didn't really have to show up. Rachel always showed up, and there she's showing up with her rain gear and pledging into the Ethical Culture Society. And every time I felt like giving up, Rachel would show up and remind me that I can't give up, because if she's here, I'm going to be here.
Yeah.
So there's been many moments like that, and Catherine Scope, I'm going to mention you in a minute too. So welcome, Rachel, and take it away.
I was going to be a professor and look very important, and there were no jobs. So I had to do something. And I had a girlfriend who was a Nepalese woman in Sari. She was a Brahmin, and she was getting a PhD in international nursing. And I didn't know one orifice from the other, honest to God. And she said to me, you know, Rachel, you don't want to be a nurse. It's kind of messy, and you're older. Why don't you try hospital administration? And I was a philologist, so okay. And then something very bizarre happened. For some reason, the hospital administration courses were told that unless they had 50% graduates, female, from the hospital administration programs, they would lose their funding. And that was the year I applied. And they probably thought, this is dynamite. The woman has a PhD. When they ask why she totally bombed out, we'll say, we're sorry, we tried. And it turned out I had a little knack for it. This has followed me all my life from that point on. Tara is a goddess in the Brahmin system that looks after you. And every year Tara has called until she went to heaven. I can tell you 10 different times when people who were angels, who were sweethearts, when I got a job, somebody took care of my children in a different city, and I went and I got a job. And they never expected me to get a job. And so I really believe it was an angel looking after me, and thank God I can be useful at my age. I consider this a great privilege and a great way to spend the last years of my life doing something that we pray is going to happen.
I have one more. Why don't we go finish this and we'll do that, and then we'll go to chat. Sure, yeah, of course. But before I go to our last presenter from our network, I want to recognize Catherine Scope. Catherine, if you want to stand up and get recognized. Catherine, just consider we'll talk more after you hear what she does. I don't have a bio for Catherine because I didn't know she was coming, but Catherine is fundamental to the Earth Bill work. She was with the Sierra Club chapter in New York, and I recruited her to lead the committee working on the electricity sector. We didn't just pop these things in there. We went through committees and everything else. Catherine led the committee on the electricity sector like a champ, got us through a lot of input from a lot of different directions, and without her, we wouldn't have this cornerstone of the bill. She also recruited me to speak at Earth Day events several years ago, and it was one of those moments. I'm like, oh, I'm being asked to speak at an Earth Day event, so this is reinforcing of this calling. And so many times throughout this stressful journey, Catherine has also been a fundamental support, and without her, there were times where I might have given up. So Catherine, thank you, and if you'd like to say anything, you're very welcome to.
Yeah, I would thank you very much, Todd, and I have never known anyone who is so persistent and so just keeps going and inventing new ways to get this idea across. How long have you been working on this, Todd? Since when?
Since I was 2, I think.
I am not surprised. And when Todd was talking about all this that we were working on, and Rachel would go, we were to take all these policies and very thick booklets that had already been created with laws and bills and go through them and pull out what was already written and put it into a data sheet. And most of us had never worked on those spreadsheets. And when Todd asked me to be in charge of the electricity sector, I was very pleased. I learned so much. I'll just give you one little example. We would have speakers on our weekly calls. We had so many calls. But anyway, this one person said, like I asked, well, how can new renewable companies get on the grid? Like, is there a problem for blocking renewable energy? And so come to find out, there is a big fee that has to be paid by any new company getting onto the grid. And a lot of these renewable companies are small, they don't have a lot of money. So I said, well, how about if a bunch of them gathered together and paid the one fee for all of them? No, you can't do that. Because we were trying to figure out, why can't we have more renewable energy? We have the technology, we have the person power. Notice I got the hand down. We have the person power. And so we learned so much by sharing in these meetings, inviting people to come in and talk with us. And none of this could have happened without Todd. And the last thing I'll just say is, I believe it was in 2020 where we had that big conference. And Todd put this together, and it was so amazing. He had speakers in every different category, and it took place in Washington, was it? But it was online. But just say a word about that, because that was such an amazing event. And Todd has built step by step by step, building on this. And I think if we all get together, we can do this. I don't want to cry this out. But we know how important it is to take care of the climate, right? I heard a program the other day where people were talking about couples are thinking about how much because they're worried about the future of the climate. It's a very real situation. So it's up to us. This is the work of our generation. This is our work. And thanks to Todd making it happen. Thank you, Todd.
It's a really sweet moment for a lot of us because we've been working on this for so long and we haven't seen each other in ages. So here we are together. All right, we have one more activist, John Statton. Please welcome to the stage with me, John. I really had to work hard yesterday to summarize his extensive history. So wait till you hear how short I got it. Good. You can tell me if you like it later. John Statton is dedicated to helping people help themselves, and previously had a long career, 39 years, in public and adult education in New York City. He has a distinguished history with many associations and is an active member of Omega Psi Phi fraternity. Incorporated. His focus today is on the climate crisis, working with the Social Justice Ministry of St. Charles Borromeo Church. Borromeo Church. I knew somebody was going to help me with that. REACT for Environmental Justice, Climate Crisis Policy, the National Black Environmental Justice Network, and the Climate Reality Project. And John has taken the horns of the Earth Bill and has already had an Earth Day event last year with it where we all presented, and now is hosting another one on Monday, which I imagine he'll mention. Welcome, John, and thank you for taking this on.
Well, this is an honor. It really is an honor excited to be a part of such an active and relevant network of people who are really serious about it. Who are really serious. Now, how did I get motivated to get involved in it? Well, I have two granddaughters, 25 and 24. At some point, I guess, they're going to get married and have some children. And so those children need to be able to live on planet Earth because it's the only one we've got. At the church, I was listening to people talk about other issues, and I didn't hear anything about environmental justice. And so I looked up the definition of environmental justice. And I said, oh, okay, that sounds important. Let me get involved in that. And so I did my first Earth Day in 2022. I did the second one last year, and the third one is this coming Monday. And we are definitely excited about it. I see the beginning of some interest in the people whom I'm interacting with. Last night I was at a fraternity meeting and I did a little presentation, and some of them acted as if they were also interested in getting involved. And so I'm motivated. I've made it a priority, and I want to do whatever I can do without burning myself out to work for the passage of this magnificent Earth Day.
Now, technology allows. We'll wait for the train to go by. Let's wait for the train.
Any story of how you?
Well, Representative Espaillat is from New York 13, which is Inwood, where I live. But it wasn't just because of that it happened. It was because the Metro New York Climate Catholic movement had several parishes in the district. And so to get to a congressperson, to get them to sponsor a bill, it was no easy journey. And they really brought the team together that held the first meetings with his office and got them interested in it. And it took quite a while, actually, to get the bill finally introduced. But he's been a strong champion of it ever since.
Hi, I'm Congressman Adriano Espaillat. I am the proud sponsor of the Earth Act to stop climate pollution by 2030. That's right, by 2030. In Congress, many of you know this as the Earth Bill. Thank you to the advocates for climate crisis policy and the Earth Bill Network for your engagement to help advance this life-saving bill. Congratulations on today's launch party, and keep up your efforts to support the Earth Bill. Let's save Mother Earth. Together, we will save our planet.
Because we've taken on agriculture, we really have taken on kinds of behemoths. And so anyone who stands up in Congress is being very brave on this one. So now we're going to go to Chad Frischman. And Blakey, are you doing the introduction? Or we have it here have it here. So let's double check first that we can hear everything. Chad, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
He's muted.
Oh, you're muted, it looks like. Wait. Your volume's down, so we're going to have to get the volume up much louder first. I forget where Chad is calling in from. He's all over the world all the time, right? Berkeley, California today. Okay, good.
Is it live?
Yeah, he looks live to me. We're just trying to fix the volume on your sound, Chad. In the meantime, I'll read his bio that we have here on the screen. Chad Frischman is co-founder and CEO of Regenerative Intelligence, abbreviated as Regen Intel. He's the co-creator of Project Drawdown, the co-author of the book Drawdown, and the architect and lead researcher of the Drawdown Solutions Framework, the engine behind the most comprehensive plan ever proposed to solve global warming. As a renowned steward of planetary change, He has spoken at hundreds of major events globally, and his TED Talks has over 2.4 million views. And it will have 2.4 million and one tomorrow because I haven't seen it and I'm gonna watch it. We're still working on the volume. Enjoy.
Chad, can you say something?
Jacqueline, can you hear me?
Hey!
We got you.
Yes, yay! So, while we keep finalizing your picture,
That's good.
Chad has been just, I don't know how to describe it, but the Project Drawdown book, and he's gonna tell you about it, it laid out all the sources and solutions to greenhouse gas pollution from everything you could imagine. And when we found it, we're like, eureka, somebody's mapped this out. And that list, that outline became the basis for the policy digest. So we've been building on Chad's work from the beginning, and it has all led to where we are today. So Chad, I'll stop introducing you, and hopefully you're gonna stay with us. He's there. Yep. Test the vocal one more time.
Hello.
Great. Hey. All right, take it away. You might keep bouncing it out visually, but we'll be hearing you. So take it away, Chad.
Oh. So, like, audience. Or your lovely face, Todd. That's a.
There, can you see the people?
Yeah, I can. Can y'all see and hear me okay? Thumbs up?
Yeah. Thumbs up?
Yeah.
Hi. To be here, being in process. To be here with you all today. And to celebrate, I think, this moment of reflection around Earth Day, to celebrate our Mother Earth. But actually, I want to correct that. Really, I think every day is a day that we should be Earth. And in fact, I think Earth Day is really to give their hearts and their energy, their passion to serving, to protecting Mother Earth.
Yeah, I think that's a little change.
Chad, we're gonna have to stop you for a second. We're having some technical problems.
Chad, should I just say a little something while that's getting set up? I happened to be at the United Nations when the official name of Earth Day became Mother Earth Day. Katabamba was there and they were saying, yes, Mother Earth, not just Earth Day. And Chad said that, it's Mother Earth. And I think that's very important. All of us, as we love our mothers and mothers give birth and life. So anyway,
Sorry.
let's take up a little bit of our time here. It's the official name according to the definition.
We have some technical difficulties.
Yeah, just briefly.
So, all right, let's hope this works again. No.
Yes, just the one.
Now we lost the audio.
You should try the new HDMI. That's a good one.
Yes. Chad was gonna be here in person. Now he's lamenting that he's not here in person.
Yeah, I was here in 2015 in Paris.
It's definitely not Wi-Fi. It stays up there.
This year I am second. There were more industry people than.
Chad, can you hear us?
Yeah, no, I can hear you all.
All right, great. All right, everybody back. Everybody, attention please. Catherine, attention please, we're back. Okay, test your vocal one more time, your audio.
Hello, everybody.
All right, good. You have to start over, but that's all right.
Oh, start over. Yeah. I just want to thank you all for coming today. All of the Earth-Built community and those who are wanting to learn more about the Earth-Built work that we're doing collectively together. And thank you to MetaBetties for hosting this event and for this beautiful art gallery, which I wish I could be there. I was going to be there, but some things happened and I wasn't able to. But I'm glad that we're able to beam in using this technology to come in and have a conversation with you all. And as I was saying, reflecting on Earth Day, I wanted to celebrate Earth Day, which is a celebration of Mother Earth. It is really Mother Earth Day. But in some ways, I think every day should be a celebration of our connection, our inherent connection to nature and biodiversity. And every day is a day that we can spend in reflection and contemplation of Mother Earth and why we're actually here in this beautiful, amazing system of solutions that's called life. We have to remember that actually one of the most magical, mystical, miraculous systems that exist is the system of life. The system of life, which is, life is this beautiful system of solutions to the harsh physical realities of our universe. And let's not make no mistake, the physical universe is incredibly harsh, and yet the system of life exists and has evolved over trillions of innovations, unfathomable number of innovations over countless years, billions and billions of years to create life and to create you where you're sitting today and all other life on the planet. And it's actually this beautiful system of solutions that I want to kind of talk to you about today, because if we mirror that system of solutions, those life-affirming system of solutions that exist to ensure that life thrives in abundance, then not only are we returning to our more natural state of being, but we also, I think, one little challenge, my friends, is that the host does not have the share capability shared, so I need to be able to have that disabled. But I'm really happy to be able to talk to you about these system of solutions as we reflect that, on Earth Day, it's really, I think, Mother Earth Day, it's really about celebrating and honoring, acknowledging the hard work, commitment, love, and passion that every person puts into action that serves and protects Mother Earth. I can share now. And so, what better way, as I was saying, to celebrate all of these people than to talk about the solutions that they're creating into the world to help serve and protect Mother Earth. Solutions that not only can allow us to stop and begin to reverse global warming, but actually help us achieve our sustainability goals and put us closer to creating a regenerative economy and society where humans are a planet-positive species. Now I'm going to pause here and just make sure you can see my screen.
We can see it, yes.
Yes. So how to become a planet-positive species? Well, first of all, what do I mean by planet-positive? A planet-positive species is one that contributes more than it benefits from the well-being of the planet. And I think we can kind of all agree that humanity has steered away from our more natural state of being in that beautiful system of life to be creating our own human systems of extraction and exploitation that are the cause, not the solution, but the cause to the many challenges, the many existential challenges that our human systems and natural systems are now facing as a result of our deviation. So how do we course correct? How do we become a planet-positive species? And this is really the main mission of Regenerative Intelligence, or Regen Intel, which is my new organization that I launched recently after Project Drawdown. And our mission is to activate humanity to become that planet-positive species, which, we thought back in the old days when we started Project Drawdown together, we thought that stopping and reversing global warming was the most ambitious and audacious mission that we could hope to achieve. But I actually think becoming planet-positive is more challenging. It's more ambitious, more audacious, because you have to solve climate change along the way. But it is actually the future that we want, to move beyond that exploitative system where we are today, to push beyond just sustainability or sustaining that system in our planetary boundaries, to creating something fundamentally new, systems transformation to a regenerative economy and society. But the challenge you may all, be feeling right now, and because that is overwhelming. System change feels overwhelming, particularly in the urgency of the climate crisis. And this is a feeling of overwhelmingness of almost like a lack of, almost an apathy to this because it's so overwhelming. And it's something that feels like a burden to individuals. And it feels like a burden to businesses and policymakers across the world. But what if we told you that actually we know what to do? We already have the solutions at hand because of all the amazing humans and organizations that have been creating the solutions to our exploitative and extractive systems, solutions that can actually solve this. And the first step we have to make, though, once we realize that we have the solutions, is to name the future you actually want, or you're never, ever going to get it. If you don't name the marker on the horizon, you can't take your next steps to go there. So the marker on the horizon should be the most audacious, ambitious goal that you can have. One where humanity is a planet-positive species, where every human and every form of life can fulfill its well-being, its own well-being, its fullest potential. And that means changing systems, and along the way, solving the great challenges that are in front of us. But it can feel overwhelming still. With that set of solutions that we know exist to climate change, what if that could be a catalyst? What if we implemented those solutions in the right way, with justice, equity, and inclusion at the heart of implementing technologies and practices and behavior change? What if we use that as a catalyst to actually create that future, to design the future that we want, that is regenerative and benefits all life? What if we took this as an opportunity that comes at terrible cost? Let's make no mistake, climate change is already affecting hundreds of millions of people on the planet today, and will be affecting billions of people in the years to come. So it comes at a terrible cost, but yet this is the first time in our human history that we have an opportunity, because we have to, change everything. As Naomi Klein said long ago, this changes everything. And it changes everything because everything that we do as a human species contributes to global warming. Our entire economic system is set up to produce emissions, whether that's carbon dioxide or methane, nitrous oxide, gases. Everything we do as a human species, from the electricity that's generated when we turn on our lights, to the gas or coal or wood that's burned to heat our homes, to all the stuff that we produce and consume every single day in factories, the smokestacks churning out emissions, to jumping into our cars and burning long dead fossilized phytoplankton and putting it into the atmosphere in order to get from point A to point B. Think about that. Everything we do, including the food we eat and how we produce it, contributes to global warming. These are the sources of global warming, and it all enters the atmosphere. But 59% remains there. Why? Because there's the magic and the miracle of photosynthesis that converts carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and magically converts it to plants' biomass and soil organic carbon on our land, as a terrestrial land, as well as our ocean marine sinks. Sinks being that storage, safely storing carbon dioxide, and in some cases methane. So we have these natural processes that mitigate some of what's in the atmosphere. But the problem is the sources are so much. Our economy is so much, putting so much into the atmosphere, and our ecosystems can only do so much. They can only do so much because there's permanence issues and saturation, lots of things to dive deep into. But at the end of the day, we're also destroying and degrading our ecosystems at an alarming rate. And so we're limiting more and more and more and more the capacity to absorb those emissions. But even so, even if we maximize this, there's still more that we're emitting than we're putting than our natural systems can take out. So what do? Well, we have to turn off all of those sources and turn up all those those sinks, when we stop producing emissions, not just net zero, but literally stop to zero emissions across these different sectors and maximize our natural ecosystem, then and only then can we achieve what we call drawdown, which is the year-to-year reduction in atmospheric concentrations of greenhouse gases, which is the prerequisite to stopping and beginning to reverse global warming. We have to think about where all these emissions are coming from. So how do we actually do this? Right? How do we do it? First of all, we have to identify where in the world all these emissions are happening. And these are the 10 top producers of emissions that cover 2/3 of all global emissions coming from these 10 countries. Think about that. And number 2 on this list is the United States. China is number 1, but that's emissions that are coming directly from the country's economy itself, not what it's importing in. What I mean by that is when China's producing emissions, it also is producing all that stuff that we, the United States, Europe, India, Europe, and other countries consume. So this is a graph you see how much the US is contributing to. How do we solve it? Well, there are 3 and only 3 mechanisms to achieve drawdown and to stop global warming and begin to reverse it. One is to reduce our consumption. And this can be done through technological efficiencies and behavior change. Replace those technologies and practices that are contributing to the problem with alternatives that are part of the solution. And to restore carbon to its natural forms, and natural, I should say useful forms, by maximizing our carbon sinks in our marine and terrestrial ecosystems. And some point down the line, we also do need to introduce direct air capture, because we have to pull out more and more of all that dead phytoplankton that's in the atmosphere. So we need these 3 mechanisms, only these 3 mechanisms, work to achieve our goals. Now, drawdown is mentioned. I spent 8 years leading a team of researchers and designing this solutions framework to evaluate the most substantive technologies and practices that would take it together as a system could stop and begin to reverse global warming. And through our rigorous scientific analysis that evaluated the carbon impact potential, or I should say the emissions impact potential across all greenhouse gases, as well as the financial implications of those interventions, we identified the most substantive solutions. And there are many solutions within these broader categories, of course, but these solutions showed us the great diversity of solutions that actually already exist today because of the great people in the world who are contributing to creating these solutions. And this is solutions are from food, for reducing our food waste, our health and education, to our diets, all the way to how we're cooling our homes and our refrigerators, how we're producing electricity and how we move around in the world. All those areas, all those sectors, there's lots and lots of solutions that can reduce emissions or sequester or enhance those sinks. And when taken together, this system of solutions, technologies and practices can achieve our 1.5-degree warming target, which is set by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, to be the target, the threshold which we think can avoid catastrophic collapse of our natural and economic systems. We can actually achieve this through this system of solutions if we start implementing them today and across the world in parallel. We know it exists. We know these solutions exist, and we can be implementing them, and we can achieve our climate targets. And this is where I think the Earth Bill comes into play, because what is required to implement those system of solutions are those ambitious, audacious goals and targets. And how we implement them is equally important because, again, in order to get to that regenerative system, we have to ensure that we're considering justice, equity, inclusion, and the synergies of the system itself when we implement them. And so what the Earth Bill is, as Todd's probably already introduced, but I haven't been able to hear, is the Earth Bill seeks to be this lever of change in the United States. Remember how important it is for these high-emitting countries to enact these solutions and implement these solutions. The Earth Bill sets out the most ambitious targets, I think, that any other national legislature has ever proposed in order to meet its Paris Agreement targets. If we look at the emissions in the United States today, we can see that this is coming from the EPA. We can see that in all areas of our economy are producing emissions. But the areas of the economy that this Earth Bill are focused on is agriculture, transportation, and electricity generation. And it's calling for 100% implementation of solutions, or 100% reduction in emissions by 2030 as a mandate across these areas. Now, of course, it doesn't cover everything. There's still commercial and residential buildings, production of emissions. These are things that are on-site production of emissions, or industry. We do also have solutions for that. But by targeting agriculture, transportation, and electric power or energy generation, we are focused on about 63% of emissions of the target in the United States today. And if we project this outward, this is the business as usual emissions for just the United States, what we see is a general trend down based on current policies. But we have to look at this very clearly, because this is not the trajectory. It is not the trajectory to achieve sustainability, and it's certainly not a trajectory of ambition or audacious goals. It doesn't even meet the Paris Agreement targets, which itself, are just a measure of what we hope to be the threshold to avoid catastrophic collapse. So this is not the scenario that we want in the United States at all. And what the Earth Bill does in this proposition is to actually reduce this by implementing the most ambitious ambitious targets for these really, really, really key high-emitting sectors. And because they're so ambitious with the timeline, 100% by 2030, our analysis at Region Intel shows that just with the Earth Bill alone, just with mitigation alone, not accounting for all the sequestration and the sinks, but just the sources, to turn off those sources by 2030, ambitiously, we would achieve our Paris targets. This is the piece of legislation. This is the goal that we actually want. But if we actually add in the sequestration potential from regenerative agriculture and all the different practices that we can outline there in the United States, we actually blow past our commitment to the Paris Agreement. That's that blue line below. So the green is just the mitigation, just of turning off the sources. And the blue pushes beyond to enhancing the sinks. And we can blow past our Paris Agreement.
Very good.
You're
hired.
good. You're good. 10 minutes.
Good.
You got 10 minutes.
I didn't over my time, but that's okay. So I want to reflect on this because, these are really ambitious targets. And as we look back at this graph of the top 10 global greenhouse gas producers, having this kind of impact for the United States is substantial, but it's not going to be it alone, right? The Earth Bill is not going to stop and reverse global warming because it's only affecting the United States, and there's still industry and commercial and buildings that are on-site emissions that are coming from there. But it is vastly more ambitious than anything's out there, and we would take this graph, and you'd see that contribution there in purple, kind of violet or whatever that color is, I'm kind of colorblind, I guess. That would start to reduce dramatically, and that would have a huge impact, right? And more importantly, that will send signals across the global economy. When the United States or China start to implement this, they can become a leader of the green regenerative economy, which is inevitable if we want to actually maintain our human systems, let alone push past them. want to achieve our global goals, we need that. And so the United States, if it does shrink this, if it does take this piece of legislation on, it will set itself up to be a leader that will have a massive impact across the global economy as people start to pay attention. Now, it's not, we also have to be careful that we don't off-source our emissions by just transferring over to, say, China or other countries, making sure that this is a global effort. But we need leaders in the space to take charge, to be at that forefront of our future economy. The EU, the US, and yes, China, India, Brazil, all of these countries have the potential, but with a piece of legislation like the Earth Bill, I think this is the moonshot for the Earth. Because this can set the precedent for which other countries can follow, set that leadership of the global economy in maintaining it in the US. And hopefully if we do it right, we can actually start our pathway to changing the system itself by putting that marker on the horizon to the future that we actually want, where we not only solve for climate change, not only stop global greenhouse gases and global warming, but we implement renewable energy. We implement our electricity, electric vehicles and other forms of mobility, and our regenerative agriculture, and we address those other industries and sources as well. And when we do this with justice, equity, inclusion, we do this as a system of solutions, and we start to fundamentally question and challenge our existing system itself to implement mechanisms that not only achieve profit, but actually achieve well-being for every human and every species on this planet. So this is a step in that direction. It's the most ambitious piece of legislation. And it may feel a little bit, and I'll stop sharing here, but it may feel a little bit like impossible. It may feel a little bit like, well, is that really going to happen? And I challenge you to all think today, does that matter? If we set ourselves a target that's a half measure, that's about we're gonna take steps forward. We're only going our targets. Our ambition only is a half measure. We have to set that marker on the horizon. We have to set that ambition, and the Earth Bill does this. Even if it doesn't get passed yet, we should continue to work our commitment and passion to make this happen. But this should be the rallying cry for every generation in the United States that cares about our future. And when we make that the goal, we make this the ambition, this to be this audacious, then every step we take closer to that gets us farther than we've ever been before. So I want to end here. I know I'm probably here for time. I want to thank you all for coming here and starting this in New York and beyond. And I encourage you to learn how you can participate in community action to get the Earth Bill, to get your representatives to sign on to the Earth Bill, and to activate your communities at different scales to take on their own pieces of legislation. Because remember, there's the federal, legislation of the Earth Bill, but apply this to your states, to your cities. We can scale this down and implement that as part of the process as well. So I encourage you to continue to take action, which you all have the power to do. It's because, again, remembering this is the day to celebrate you, each and every one of you, because you are the people who have the energy, the passion, the commitment to make change in this world. And so I want to just thank you for that. And I'm happy to turn the floor over now back to Todd or the next speaker. But thank you so much for
It's so fun to be live again and hear real applause, people interacting. Chad, that was great. Thank you so much for everything. We're going to move to Mapta next. I don't know if there are any quick questions for Chad. Probably better that we don't try to do that right now with the phone. We're going to continue. But anyway, Chad, thank you for everything. Your support for all this work has been incredible, and it sustains us and keeps us moving forward. And I know we have a lot more to do together. Now that we're working on the Senate bill, we're going to cover some of those missing industries that he was talking about in the Senate bill. Anyway, and your prestige and your experience and your credibility that you've lent to this project has really been a great deal. We're the only pro bono project for RegenIntel as they've launched their new venture, and it's been a huge boost to our stature and the credibility of this bill in Congress. So thank you, Chad. We really appreciate it. So we continue. Monta's up next. Your colleague Monta. So, all right. So with that, we're going to invite one more speaker. It's not going to be quite as long. We're going to do Q&A, and you're going to learn about the basics of regenerative agriculture. And then as soon as that's finished, we're going to have a dance performance, and then we'll probably conclude things, I believe.
We'll party.
Oh, the party. Oh, we're going to party. Oh, the video. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do the video now. Let's do, before we get to Monta, while you're queuing up Monta, we have an incredible video created about the Earth Bill by Andrew Lyman Clark, who's right here. It was his vision. It was his vision and his creation. Everything from the writing to the production to everything. It was his vision, and he made it happen. And we're very grateful because we had 4 people working on ideas for promo videos, and we couldn't align, so we just said, take your vision and run with it, which is the strategy. All right, let's watch it. Everyone, your attention, please. Everyone, your attention, please, for the video Force of Nature, Earth Bill Force of Nature.
Like a mighty blowing across the country, like mountain streams joining into rivers, flowing.
This coming out of the computer. Yeah.
Do you want to do it, Andrew?
I think every time we probably Zoom.
All right, wait, start over. All right, we're gonna get everyone's attention, please. Because this is a film premiere that we have to show you, so we need to do it. All right. One more time.
Like a mighty wind blowing across the country, like mountain streams joining into rivers, flowing into the sea. A movement, one so vast and unified, spreading quickly with deep interconnection, growing in power and ambition, to defend our Earth and heal the climate. The movement is coalescing around a bill in the halls of Congress, one which will keep our power flowing, keep our journeys in motion, and keep our harvests bountiful, without polluting our climate. So ascend with the wind, become one with the river, tap into the power. We are the force to bring forth the Earth Bill.
about that real quick? Sure. So, I guess my start of, thinking about climate was just, I remember in 2012 or something, I read an article in Nat Geo or Time about how much the ice caps had shrank. And it was just a huge, almost like a physical blow to me. Because it's tough knowing that we're not on the right path. You know, that we're kind of on our path off a cliff, you know? And I think for me, it all comes down to the fact that I feel like there's no separation between me and the earth. Like, I am the earth, we all are the earth. For me, nature is the divine. That's where my spirituality lies, is in life and in nature. And, you know, I think that I'm hoping that with the rise of certain movements, such as the psychedelics movement that's happening, I'm hoping that everybody's going to wake up to the fact that there's no separation between us and the earth. It's our flesh, you know, it's what we are. So I love Chad's vision of a planet positive species where we're actually giving back. We're not taking away. So, you know, let's do this. You know, that's what this video is all about. Like, we can do this. We've got this, you know. So thank you so much, Todd, for everything that you've done. Super inspiring. And I can't wait to make this happen. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And we're an all-volunteer organization network. I'm pro bono. Everybody does this volunteer because we've decided this is the most important thing we can do with the rest of our lives. Some people have other jobs. The older ones among us don't. And this is just a shining example of one person taking the vision that's been with us for a long time and creating a piece like that. So just as a suggestion for all of you to feel free to take this bill and run with it. It's your bill. It's our bill. It's the people's bill. And you don't have to wait for permission, just like MediBuddies did, and they took it and ran with it. Just feel free to take it and run with it in your organization. And now, we're not going to keep you much longer. Manta, can you hear us? Let's test your audio.
I can hear you very well. How about my audio? Yes.
We can hear you. Great. We can hear you too. I'm going to point you to the audience.
Hello, everyone.
Let me do a brief introduction. So I'm going to do a brief introduction. Manta, I have to read it off the wall here. Manta is co-founder of Regen Intelligence and is an expert on nature-based solutions. She has led the land and food sector research and modeling as a senior fellow at Project Drawdown from 2015 to 21, and served as the research director at the Global Council for Science and the Environment. She has been invited as a keynote speaker at many international forums and is on the advisory board of the Global Evergreen Alliance, Global Returns Project, and the Carbon Call Initiatives. Manta holds a PhD in environmental science and has more than a decade of experience on climate change adaptation and mitigation issues from local to global scale. So welcome, Manta. We're very honored to have you here, an international expert who's usually living in India, but is in the United States for a moment at the time. And welcome, Manta. We're going to.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you for being here. I know it's tricky scheduling today. So we're going to do a Q&A to make this easier and more interesting for you all. So we're going to start with the first question. And Manta, if you could please explain the soil and agriculture crisis generally and the need for regenerative agricultural practices.
Sure. And I think this is not something very unique or unheard topic for you. You might be hearing about that, how we are degrading our soil resources on a day-to-day basis. Where it took around 1,000 years just to build the top 3 inches of soil, over the period of time, we humanity has lost it quite rapidly after the industrial revolution. And if we go by the recent report of UN Food Food and Agriculture Organization, we only have 60 years of harvest left to survive on this planet and to feed the growing population, which is going to be 9 billion by 2050. The situation in the US is very serious. They're losing at a rate of 10 times faster. India and China are further back, like 30 to 40 times faster. So the problem today is that the way we are producing our food is definitely a challenge. The way we are consuming our food is definitely a problem, as well as in the entire supply chain, from production to harvest, to transportation, retail, consumption, and the way we are managing our waste. If we look at in entirety of the food system, there are challenges, and we are not only degrading our soil resources, depleting our water resources, damaging our biodiversity, and increasing a lot of costs of cultivation to poor farmers, as well as consuming, as a consumer, a lot of food which are high in synthetic fertilizers, chemicals, that is causing us cancerous diseases and many other problems. Our diet is not a healthy diet. So what this is all about? How long can we be on this business as usual way of agriculture? There's a need to shift, need to transition, and the only way we can do it is by being more and more regenerative.
Wonderful. So Mamta, can you now please explain to everyone in very basic terms, because it is sort of basic, what is regenerative agriculture? What are the practices? I mean, everyone uses that big word, but it's really quite simple, isn't it?
This is quite simple. The regenerative agriculture, in the science and the technical terms, people are using it as per their own understanding, comfort, and the way they're practicing it. But on a layman language, it is a system of doing or producing food which is not extractive in nature. We're not depleting, degrading our soil, water, biodiversity. We are actually enriching it. We are regenerating it. So any practice which is actually improving the soil health, bringing back life to the soil, improving biodiversity, creating an environment where biodiversity thrives and conserves and protects. That is regenerative agriculture. We are not relying on more and more on synthetic fertilizers. Every year, just to match the yield of the previous year, we are adding more synthetic fertilizers to our soils. But that's more and more chemicals. It's simple, like, if you are ill, sick, you want, at the first place, you want to prevent from being or getting sick, not to go to the cure and take medicine. I think this is time that we think about healing our soils, preventing it from getting polluted and contaminated. So regenerative agriculture system as a whole, or principle as a whole, are relying on principles that improve soil health, improve other natural resources, whether it's water and relying on more and more renewable way of electricity production, or any need we have in the agriculture sector coming from renewables. A system that not only help in protecting and preserving the macroclimate, but also the soil microclimate, that niche, the biological niche we need for soil to actually help the crop to get the yield what they want. It is, again, this is not rocket science, but the amount of fertilizer we are putting in, only a portion of that gets absorbed by the plant to make the food out of it, using the natural process of photosynthesis. The rest all goes either into evaporated, lead to greenhouse gas emissions, goes into our sub-water or river, bodies, surface water, polluted. So there's a way that it gets wasted. So we need to bring into practices that improve the efficiencies of whatever resources we are adding. So regenerative agriculture principles are basically keep doing minimum damage to the soil, improving soil biodiversity, going for crop diversification, not just growing one crop, wheat, soy, corn, have more and more diversity, intercropping, mixed cropping, go for agroforestry options. And then, again, I'm not saying that on the very next year, next day, stop using synthetic fertilizer. It's not possible. But what we need is a gradual transition from conventional way of putting inputs to our soil so that we can get the yield to more and more organic and natural way of building soil so that we can meet the yield but also heal our planet. And a lot of time I come across the question, how regenerative agriculture is actually not profitable. Maybe in the pure economic terms of how much yield you are getting, what is the net profit, in that transition zone, it might be not that profitable. But if you count the cost of the natural resources, the soil, the water, the biodiversity, and the role they play in climate adaptation, building resilience in events of extreme climatic events, I bet you there's no practice other than regenerative agriculture system which is more beneficial than our conventional system. So it's just what perspective we are looking and evaluating the financial or economic returns.
Thank you.
And there are many practices, that we can do. I'm talking about the principles, but you can do anything on your cropland, grazing and livestock. Just to name a few examples: silver pasture, multi-strata agroforestry, conservation agriculture, regenerative annual cropping, improved nutrient management, improve water management through micro irrigation. There are many practices that needs to be, applied in a holistic manner. As I said that when you're looking farmers, when he looks to his field, it's not that as a scientist, if I'm working on water, I have to only look at the hydrology part of it. For a farmer, it's everything. And I think that approach we need to be like, if this is a farm and that needs to be transitioned to a regenerative system, we have to look A to Z all aspects of that farm.
Thank you. That was more scientific, but there one more question. But generally speaking, I understand it. If you don't till it very often and you plant cover crops, you're halfway there. So there are some simple solutions that do a lot of things. But we're gonna get to the last question, and then we'll see if we have a last one. So if you could now just segue a little bit to the Earth Bill. Chad touched on it already in his presentation, but just about the emission reductions from the Earth Bill. And then go ahead and segue into the United Nations and the international calls for this kind of change.
Thank you. And first of all, I really applaud Todd and his team and all the collaborators, because Earth Bill, the way we have done the analysis and we are able to understand, this is the kind of act, Earth Act to stop pollution by 2030 in the United States, we need at this point in time. And I hope Chad has pointed the requirement of this kind of bold legislation, what we need, not only in the United States, but across all the globe. Coming from India, I think we look up to countries like US who are the global leaders to take this leadership and show that there is a possibility. Because, there are two ways. Either we just let what's happening or understand the crisis of climate change, understand the reality that if FAO is saying that only 60 years are left, we need to act now. And I think with that perspective, transitioning to regenerative agriculture system by 2030, as per the Earth Bill, we realize that this is one of the boldest and ambitious bill act so far in the history of the United States. And our analysis has shown that it will lead the United States to go beyond the commitment they have for Paris agreement by 2030, as well as going beyond to the recent Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA. So in totality, I think Chad has shown a very nice graph we created. The cumulative impact of transitioning to a regenerative agriculture system using the different practices, around 11 practices we have modeled for the United States, that how the cropland in that transition to a regenerative agriculture thing, as well as the grazing land in the industries as defined and listed in the Act. We will be in a position to reduce United Nations greenhouse gas emissions by 74% or so by 2050 in comparison with the 2005 baseline. And it is a huge, I would say, target, but that's the kind of target we need because we don't have much time to live. And we have to understand the importance of that. It is only the nature-based solution of the agricultural land foods in general that have the potential to go beyond emission reduction. Just in the electricity sector, in the transportation building, you can only minimize to the source of the emission. If there is only 24% of the global greenhouse gas emissions coming from electricity generation, you switch to non-renewable, but you should be able to only reduce those 24%. However, in the agriculture, in the nature-based solutions sector, not only we can reduce the 25% of the emissions we are currently doing at the global scale, but on top of that, there are potential to sequester and cumulatively all the reports you can see there, whether it's our Project Drawdown report or United Nations report or a nature-based solution globally have the potential to reduce, along with the sequestration potential, nearly 30 to 40% of the global greenhouse gas emissions at this point in time. So it is important to realize the importance of sequestration, natural sequestration.
Thank you, Manta.
And coming, yeah, I just wanted to say about the UN thing. UN, United Nations, different agencies are taking regenerative agriculture very, very seriously. Whether you look into the United Nations Food System Summit, whether you look into United Nations Food, Agriculture and Organization strategy, what they're building, or it is United Nations Framework on Climate Convention, as well as the Biodiversity Convention, even the policy development, regenerative agriculture has been put at the forefront, the leading strategy that needs to be done and taken by different nations. But the point here is that it is what they can advise, they are not the implementers, they can only implement. Action needs to be taken by the countries, the representatives of each country, and there we need act like first bill or act, so that the leadership over here realize the importance and take the actions and be in line with the thought process of UN and the urgency of climate change.
Thank you so much, Manta. I know you have to go. I just want to thank you again for everything that you've done on this work and continue to do. Manta's helped us to tighten the regenerative agriculture section in the Senate bill. So we're getting even more specific. And without her, we wouldn't be as far as we are in this work. So thank you for everything.
Can I say one last thing?
Sure.
Is that as you're sitting over there, so whatever you're drinking, whatever you're eating right now, think about where it is coming from, how it is being produced. Can I do it something with my father to buy the cheese food, with my father to buy the local company, or to promote a bill like that? I think as an individual, as a community, we have a lot of power to bring those changes. We just cannot rely and say that, oh, my neighbor is not doing anything. I think we need to shake them. I want you all to shake your decision.
No, thank you. Yeah. Thank you too, Manta. Thank you so much. This was our dream to turn scientists into activists. So anyway, that's happened. One quick question, and then we'll go ahead, Jason.
When Senator State, I assume some of the methods that the farmers would use, or the methods that the farmers used for generations before fertilizers came in, was this crop rotation. You rotate your crops.
I'm sorry.
And then every few years, you put in a crop with nitrogen-fixing bacteria like soybeans.
Yeah, rotation. So this is exactly the systems that we're talking about. They use all this complicated language. It's what farmers used to do for centuries. Right. And we're just trying to get back to it.
Two things very quickly. It's been said that all the farmers and ranchers use regenerative farming techniques. We could buy ourselves 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's major. And the other thing I want to say is thank you to our hosts for being sustainable in their presentation of their food.
That was a total coincidence, by the way. He said that was a total coincidence that we had here. Just kidding. We lived that as well. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Todd, for bringing on such an impressive array of speakers across so many different areas of climate change. Thank you, Todd. Thank you. To our guests. the program, we have a few dancers and performance artists warming up in the other room. So we'll take about 3 to 5 minutes, and there will be a choreographed dance piece called Timekeeper's Lullaby. And it's thematic to the climate crisis, but with the message of hope for climate justice. So if you can make your way out, and we're going to sort of, you can bring a chair if you'd like to sit, or stand, but I ask you to be kind of around the sides of where the canvases are outside. The performance will happen in between the canvases. Thank you very much. And then the last thing I'd like to say is, in about an hour, we will pick our raffle winner from everyone who has participated in the advocacy campaign for the Earth Bill. So we've got an hour or so. So I would say after the performance, find one of these screens. It could be this screen where there's two. There's one on that side and there's one in the other room. Look for the golden key, scan the QR code that takes you right to the page for the Earth Bill advocacy. Thank you. One Monday while we're coming on that side, you can grab the food, yeah, that way.
Yeah, why people down here? There's no room out there on the freeway. Yeah, good, let's do it.
Oh, really? Yeah. Maybe you need some rest? Okay, rest, yeah. Well, I've been coming to the neighborhood, the city college, and I am sleeping. I got some rest last night. Oh, you did? Yeah.
That's all I do.
Wow.
Yeah, we're no problem, man. I'm glad you came. Hey, everybody, we're going to transition to a performance here, so I'm going to set up the camera.
She said like hopefully you are not on the way.
No, you're good there. Yeah, just going to get the performance here.
Yeah, so I started doing
So they are filming the performance. You're on the way of the camera.
Oh, the way of the camera? Oh.
sign the petitions, and if you want to speak more about the Earth Bill, you've got stickers and me and Jason. Yeah? Cool.
That was very symbolic, wasn't
Slowly, but United States, when they start, they are. Yeah, it's like reaching and main point. This is what I always felt. Even if it's street and different states. Because he made that law steps. Sometimes people are
Let's see if people are clapping.
Yeah, yes.
People don't realize that
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. So,
I have a little more incentive to tell you. I'm one of the founders of this project. So I do this event. So people like sign up for all the chapters and all yeah, I know. I asked her, I said, come to our next meeting. I said, do you guys have a venue for that? Where is it? I want to go. It's over there. We're the artists and residents in the gallery. I chose to be here. So we're here every week, Wednesday. Yeah, so you guys come by and respect reality. She's outside.
That's great. I never been there. Sounds like this place I've never been there. I love it. It's like, it's a different video there. I love that show that stronger or like we're gonna continue to use power and ambition.
Yeah, it was a compliment. You were trying to get New York. Yeah. New York, just do this. Yeah. I showed up here in the season. I'm doing the same thing on this meeting.
Somewhere. I've been working for anxiety there. I just spent most of my life. I
don't know, maybe I should get no coffee, but if I think about it, you forget it. I'm just so far I don't know. I don't want out too much.
She is the tall brunette. She was at the piece of Yeah. That was like your first, like, yeah, so that too. I was like, oh, yeah. I want to like continue like go to like meetups and stuff like that. Like that's something you would do like I'm trying to like
Probably not, just because I'm already very involved.
Yeah.
I have a lobby. That's something I already use. My freelance lobbies for Sunrise. I work with a lot of different boards part-time, and I was stupid at the same time. I D1 athlete. My time.
Yeah.
I find myself sleeping less and less.
Yeah.
So I guess I try not to be involved in that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It sounds like it's, well, I talked to you and now, we were,
oh, damn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I talked to her about,
We have this table.
This one's gonna go. That was very, very cool. Yeah. I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, it ends up being there. This is like, it's one of the things within my opinion. To come here. Oh, really? Yeah, I haven't heard the second any of the QR codes. Because I'm thinking I know what's gonna happen. Yeah, I own this other top 20 team. It's intensive. But it's a lot of fun. It's high school. So, yeah. Yeah, it's not the NCAA because they don't have an NCAA in the United States. It's too dangerous. Absurd. I mean, football has more long-term injuries than rugby, but whatever. Yeah. So rugby has had great conferences. So one conference called National League Rugby. And so National League Rugby expanded to and that's how they get those like last year we placed 12 the ranking last oh, the season's over. Yeah, it doesn't really even stop. It's like a short period in between June and July. Period in between
15 people your team on the field and 17 we went to review it. Like a couple weeks ago. Alright, stay in touch. If you end up having that meeting here, shoot me a text. And I would definitely love to come by. So, yeah. I'll see you around. Nice meeting you.
build a great distribution of all the supplies. Sad, because about 6% of white staff basically they have distribution of all Chess pod, and then I did it as movies, and I did it temporarily as a PS, and then I put it on my head. You told me to put it down? So come with me and go down.